16, 400 to 322 lah.
Testing one, two. Ah, very good. Okay. Uh, can you share the YouTube screen? ඒකනේ quality එක තියෙන්නේ. Can you speak? I just want to hear mobile. Or maybe sound quality. अभी
Okay. No. If you didn't tell the score properly, you have the chance to get in.
Check. Test. Check. Testing one check. Testing one check. My testing one check. Testing one check one. No.
Hello, texting one. Test one, testing one. Test one, testing one. Test one, test.
Can you do that? Okay, I can just stop it this time. තාම නම් නැත. You are in JNSC 26. පොඩින් refresh කරලා. I'll compare it with the YouTube stream. මට ගෙතරින් කරා මට බලන්නේ. හැබැයි මට මතකයි මේ YouTube එකේ directly share කරනවා. You can you run the YouTube listing in the background and screen share කරලා ඒක මෙන්න different package එකක් මේකද
ඒක බලලා ඒකෙන් ගියාට අර ස්ක්‍රීන් එකේ කිසි ටිකක්
අතනින් කොලිටි කොහොමද කරනවද? පොඩ්කාස්ට් එකේ.
Remaining only 12 examples. What's the number? 122 or 120. Yeah, 120.
I think the third one is going on.
How many games?
Third one is beat better. Shape. I podcast and I think that was much better.
Kavidi has overwritten my results. No. How could he do that?
Integrate that.
Oh,
Radhika Scrabble message.
man.
Mata message.
What are you?
The under 20 round 3 standings or the standings one.
Yes. You want to take over? Wait. Huh? Randhatin?
Um, the under 20 round 3 standings show the standings for under 15.
So, living a cake.
What? A birthday cake. That's the cake?
So I have to carry the stands, I have to carry the t-shirts, I have to carry the Akkali.
And that's a close my family, by the way. What challenge you are now? Back up karan
Check one. Hi everyone, welcome to the live stream of the Junior National Scrabble Championship Finals 2026. We are just starting the fourth round, if I'm not mistaken, in the under 20 category, and we have at the top board Kian Pereira and Udev Prasad. Hi everyone, welcome. National Scrabble Championship Finals 2026. Seems like it's Kian starting, and he seems to have drawn pretty well as a J in his style rack. And I think the first move he has played was Jute, Jute, for a score of 22 points. Jehu is also another option that could be considered. Maybe the thought process here is to preserve the edge for a better, higher scoring move in the second turn, which also kind of makes sense. But I think personally, I would prefer to have played Jehu just to get that edge off the tile rack and to preserve the key. Udev seems to have done pretty well. He has, if players are familiar with stems, he has the regain stem, and the combination of regain plus Y does not result in any bingos. So it's justifiable that Udev has played YU just for 5 points, which could result in a bingo in the next turn. And let's see what tiles Kian has drawn in. Seems like Kian has H double O in W L in his star rack and he has formed H double O. And that comes down in the form of Oho, which I suspect is 15 points, bringing up his tally to 37. So Kian's off to a decent start, leaving favorable tiles in his tile rack, LWN, which could result in multiple bingos if he draws the right tiles. And Uday wasting no time coming down with Energia, which is the only playable bingo with his tile rack. And I think he has played it in his best spot as well, opening up the board towards the left hand side, creating multiple 8 letter lanes. Interesting to see what Kian's response might be. It's always a good feeling when a player gets down a bingo early on in the game, just gives you momentum to set the tone for the rest of the game. If Uday could follow this up with a nice play that complements about 40-30 points, that could put him into an early lead. So let's see what Kian has drawn here. He has a B, T, and a N as his brand new tiles. I don't think there's a playable bingo or a 7 letter word, but one thing I would personally always eye on is the BLE combination, which can act as a suffix to form words ending like ABLE or IBLE, for example, sensible or playable being just a few of those words. And there's an open A on the board after Uday played Anagia. So maybe if you're a player who likes to spot suffixes, that's one area you would immediately target just to see if you can make a 8 letter word ending with able. For instance, the word tenable is there, a 7 letter word, but it's not going to be an exact bingo. I'm not really sure if tenable is there with two ends, but if there was a bingo in this dialect, it would most probably end with ABLE. Having said that, the combination of having two ends in his dialect is not really synergistic. So we might see Kian play off one of the ends for sure, along with the B and the L, just to maintain that balance in his dialect. It also makes sense to try and target scoring options at the top of the board. Make sure that Udev does not really benefit much from his opening from Anagia. At the moment, he has spotted blend, which is okay, which would take most of the open spots at the top. I can see blend coming down for 16 points. He has shifted to blend. Yep, Kian chooses to go with blend for 16. Seems to be okay. Just leaving LEN in style, right? And look at that. Udev's Tyrak is a bit towards the clunky side, I would say, because it's too heavy with the power tiles like the Q and the X. Generally, not a good synergy, but he could potentially benefit from high scoring turns for the next two moves. If we can utilize the Q and the X in two turns for somewhere around 35, that's almost as good as a bingo. It would make sense to play something like Fox if there's a good place for the X and to keep QERN in his style rack. Surprisingly, it's not bad if you draw a U along with that or a I. You can find yourself playing, having some good options in your tile rack rather. So I think Uday would most likely be looking to play off the X for starters. Or we could just see QI coming down into the board just for 11 points. Those seem to be the options he should be considering at this point because I don't see any high scoring plays for the X. So yeah, it would make sense just to get rid of the Q as well. But let's see how it goes on. He could also play EXO with JO, but playing that would get rid of both these vowels, which I don't think is an option he should consider. Forex seems to be a good choice as well if you're looking at five-letter words, and but there's no really good like a beneficial spot to play that. He seems to be taking his time, which is kind of unusual over there. He's usually a very fast player, spots the best moves really quickly, but I would justify him taking a bit of time on this move because this is one of those turns that require a bit of thinking. Whatever you play here will impact your next two moves, so you have to make the correct decisions here. Okay, Udev chooses to go with Forex, which is a good option. I think that scores roughly about 25 points. It does open up the X on the triple spot, which could give Kian some scoring options. But I think I would agree with this move. Just keep Q and any style, just to get rid of a lot of tiles so that he can give himself a better chance at drawing a U or something synergistic with the Q. And Kian seems to have challenged the word Forex. Forex is good, I think. So Udev has benefited from this play. I think that scores 30 along with the challenge. So Dev's off to a nice start. We are yet to get an update on the scores, which will hopefully soon be updated. Coming back to Kian's style rack, I think he has drawn two S's, which for a Scrabble player is not really a great thing if you look at it from a bingo perspective, because when you draw two S's, the S, as you all know, is a really good tile to use for bingos. But when you get multiple of those, you tend to get a bit stuck unless you find common bingos ending with NWENS or something like that. And he's wasting no time just to play Sun. Seems okay. It leaves two E's, N and a S. For my liking, personally, I would like to get rid of another E, but I don't really see a really great way to do that. So I think playing Sun is okay, but it also gives the indication to there that Kian is holding another S. Not really sure whether this board favors the S hook that much. I don't think TO takes an S, if I'm not mistaken. But if the board stays open after Davis play, can potentially benefit if he gets the right tiles. And I think he has drawn Standy and Skiing, which is playable along with Todd and Tor. So we could see a bingo coming down from Kian in the next move. Standy is also playable with the T from Blend. So there's it's kind of like unblockable. In the meantime, Udev has drawn that important I along with the Q. This could give him a bit of a breather, and you could see him trying to get rid of his Q now since he has a bit of a lead early on in the game. Just a very basic word, QIN. If you can find a place for that, that would be the ideal way to dump the Q. So let's see what he comes up with. Okay, and we have an update into the scores as well. So it's Kian for 53 and Udev for 100. Udev taking his time to think about how best he can get rid of the Q. I can just see a simple play like QIN along with Ton coming down. And oh yeah, that's exactly what he has played here. Just to block that spot, which if you think about it in a bit of a intuitive way, Kian holds the other ace, and they clearly knows this. So it would make sense to block that easy hook for TO, even though TOS is not a word. So I would agree with Udev's play here. And just as expected, I think Kian has spotted his bingo, and he should be able to play this down really easily. It's a bit of a no-brainer move because seems like okay, there's two places where he can play this. He can play Steen along with the T from blend. He can also play Steen or Standy along with Tons. He opts to go with Steen at the top, which I think is okay. It doesn't really make a big difference if you think about the openings per se. For instance, Steam from Blend opens up the E for potential hooks with the Z for something like ZE or ZA. That could result in something like 60 points. The same scenario happens even if you play Steam with Tons, but Tons gives like that um, extra point into the game. Since this bingo takes Kian into the lead, I would personally prefer Steen having played at the bottom because it kind of blocks Udev's opportunities to score as well. With Steen played on the top, there are open spots like double lanes, triple lanes, not really triple lanes, but double lanes open where they can potentially score. For example, something like PAB could come down. Um, in a position like this, I think personally playing Steam with Tons is a better choice because it does not give any openings like 8 letter lanes and also keeps the options very limited to the opponent. It's touch and go, but simply because there's two extra points to gain from Tons, I think that would have been the computer's best choice as well. I may be wrong. I'm not really analyzing it through Quackle, like how most of it happens in listings. So yeah, and Kian has drawn decent tiles. I don't think there's a playable bingo with his tiles, but if he balances his tile rack well, he could gain some sort of advantage into the game. Currently, he has a lead of 28, and as expected, Uday plays Pav. The only downside to this is now he is vowelless. So he has to rely a bit on the luck factor to draw a few vowels to complement his tile rack. And he has drawn the blank, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to wait and see because the quality of the video I have in front of me is not as great. I would say it's almost as great as Uday's tile rack at the moment. Oh, okay. Uday chooses to play. I think Uday considered to play Rav at the start and then change it to Pav. I think there's a merit in playing Rav instead of Pav because keeping two R's in your tile rack is not really great. In contradiction, keeping the P along with the R, now that's something really synergistic if you draw some bubbles. Did not really consider that option at the start, but would have really played that. And Kian wasting no time playing Rag um, at the bottom and just blocking that scoring lanes. If you analyze the board now, it's not really much going on in terms of scoring options. And I think there should be a bingo for Udev. Not really sure. It's always difficult when there's duplicated R's and I's. And Udev chooses to go along with Ritz. Interesting choice. I'm not really sure about why he played the S here because that completely blocks his openings. Yeah, I don't think I approve of this move. Keeping the S in this style deck benefits a lot. I'm not really sure what the plan is from Udev's end, but yeah, I think it might have been a mistake. Would have been good to keep the S in his style deck so that the it lane keeps is kept open. And Udev has now drawn into a bingo of fairies, which is not playable in this board right now. It's a fact of blocking with Brits. Kian wasting no time coming down with AWL, which scores somewhere close to 30 points. Should be getting a score update as well. And we also have our first guest in the live stream. Finally, I'm not alone anymore. We have Archana Padumadasa joining us in. Archana, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very good.
So you were supposed to play in the competition today, if I'm not mistaken. What happened to that?
Uh, yeah, I saw how good the competition was, and I decided to drop out.
So Archana just preserving some of his aura right there. Like, what's the phrase, Archana? Leave the Scrabble before the Scrabble leaves you.
Yeah,
Is that how you say it?
yeah. I didn't want to lose all my rating, which I worked so hard for the last few years.
It's a very wise decision. But personally, for me, I think Archana is a really great player. If he had played today, we would have seen him in the live stream. So it's a shame, but it's very great to have him joining us for the commentary, and it's a great pleasure to have you joining with me today.
Thank you. Uh,
So, what do you think about the game so far? There's Kian leading on 195 with a 186.
yeah, I mean, scores are pretty much tied. I think Udev has the blank, which makes him pretty close to a bingo actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think it's very early on in the game. There's a lot more Scrabble to be played before we can really see who's going to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think there was this one particular move of Ritz which throws a bit of a question mark from me from Uday's play. Other than that, everything seems to be a bit standard. Kian has opted to go with, is it Brit or Birth?
It's a Brit.
Is that a valid word?
No, it is.
Okay.
Uh,
5 extra points for the challenge.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Uday's setting up his speed for power. That's nice.
yeah, it's a really good play from Udev's part. Understanding he has a hook. He not only does he get rid of the clunky duplicated ace and also the U, which is just hold him back from bingoing. He also opens up a nice place where he can score 80 to 90 points during his bingo.
Yep. That would put him right up into the lead.
Uh,
Kian has godies, if that's a word. I know doggies is a word.
yeah, I don't think that's a word, but I think Kian is going to play dog on top of AUA. I think that's a pretty good play because it blocks off that triple lane, first off, somewhat. Also takes one of the scoring hotspots off the board and also leaves you with a pretty good rack lead to bingo.
Yep, I'd agree on that. Seems to be a standard play. I think that scores somewhere around 25, 25 or more.
Yeah. Um, so now Dev does have uh,
He has the C.
he does have the Z.
Is zipline a word?
Zipline is a word.
Would ideally need something starting with the P, since
Yeah.
Kian has now, to a certain extent, effectively blocked that place.
Um, so now I'm just wondering how would they react. He's gonna try to score with the Z but preserving a very bingo friendly rack. So the question is, how much points are you willing to sacrifice this turn to have a good bingo friendly rack?
Do you think he might consider something like Hisons with the triple, if that takes an S?
Um,
Does it take an S?
I'm not sure if it takes an S, but I think in this game scenario, I would not risk it if I'm not sure of the word. Uh, but yes, if it was there and Uday was sure of it, it would be a very compelling move.
Yeah. Credit to them for spotting zipline.
Yeah,
Is he going to play it somewhere? Or is he just going to play something like SEP along with Z on the alongside Forex?
yeah. Honestly, that does look like a decent move, but it does open up DZO, which I think isn't ideal. It'll just oh, Udev ends up playing Riz for 24 points. Um, I like the Udev's thinking, just trying to get the bingo.
I guess that makes sense. But
Yeah,
if I was in Uday's shoes, I would probably try to find a place that opens up another lane on top of
yeah.
PAU if that's
Oh, now
playable.
Kian's made a very questionable move here.
Hmm.
He's opened up a very dangerous triple lane. Uh, Even if Udev doesn't triple, he can easily score 40 to 50 points.
Oh, and Uday has drawn the second blank as well.
And I think uh, we are going to see a bingo for sure.
For sure.
But I'm wondering if Udev can potentially get a triple.
It's fair to say Uday will take his time here.
Yeah,
This could be the nail in the gun for Kian if Uday spots the double triple.
and I think Udev is playing way too quickly. He has not looked at all his options, and he's just played a move which is a bingo, but with both blanks on his rack. I'm pretty sure you will want to take more time and go through all the options, especially considering you have 12 minutes left.
Yeah, I think from both the players, both their moves were a bit too quick for my liking.
Yeah.
Could have taken a bit of time.
I feel like Udev has really missed the trick here. He could have really landed the nail in the coffin, but yeah, he's just played too hasty, and he has potentially costed himself the game here, even though he is in the lead now.
Yeah, one drawback from playing is it. I am assuming it's plan. What is it? Planted. One drawback is it gives another lane for Kian to work with. If you had played something like deep lanes on the triple or something like that, any bingo on the triple, that gives Kian no room for a comeback bingo. So I would preferably try to go with something on that side. Yeah, yeah, just checking the playable double triples. They've had anything.
So he he did have Spalding, um, which I think is a pretty common word. It's
What's
a
spelling?
it's a pretty high probability.
Oh,
Yeah,
that explains why I don't know it. I'm not very versant with my hits. There's
yeah,
also resplaying, as I can see. So two playable double triples,
yeah,
resplaying and Spaldi.
yeah. I feel like they may have known one of those words. So yeah, it's a shame he played that quickly. Um, we did miss Kian's previous play.
Yep, I think we were too caught up with the double triple opportunity
Yeah,
there. But seems to me that he has played meow, which is the sound a cat makes.
that's what Udev has played. Yes. What
Oh,
did looks like
Kian
Kian
has exchanged, I think.
exchange?
Yeah, he has six vowels in his style, right? That makes sense. I think he has exchanged EU or I. I would have probably tried to play that somewhere if there's a opportunity. Do you see a good place to play that? Not
Uh,
really.
Not really, because I think you want to keep that lane open for
Yeah.
bingo for yourself because you are trailing by a bit. Yeah. Now there are two bingo lanes available. Yeah. I think Udev needs to play Meow here since it just offers much less scoring opportunities for
Oh,
Kian.
he changed the meow to yow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that makes a huge difference, honestly. I mean, yeah, would have score a bit more, but I think the important part was just getting rid of that. Oh, well, actually, now that I look at it, playing Yao was better because it prevents bingos on top of D that ends in ED.
Yeah. On top of that, I noticed that the N from planted is favorable for the Y for an easy 30 score point for a follow back turn. So I would have personally kept the Y to score there.
Yeah, that is also true. Um, so now Kian is under a bit of trouble.
Did he draw the same tiles he exchanged?
Um,
I think he has drawn the same tiles he has exchanged. How rare is that?
so now looking at Kian's tiles, I think he would need to get rid of those clunky tiles, and I don't think this is the best play. I think you're trailing by too much to just take 20 points and leave a horrible tactic. Not even 20,
I don't think he's really left with a
17.
choice here. He just exchanged and got the same tiles back. That's just terrible luck. But
Yeah, and now there's playing Lockhart. Um, he's just having a lot of tile turnover at this point, trying to end the game as quickly as possible. I'm pretty sure he's under the impression that Kian is trailing by a lot, that even a bingo now might not be enough. So he just needs to finish the game as quickly as possible, give Kian as less moves as possible to make the comeback.
I think with Lockhart, that has locked it for Uday.
Yeah, yeah, I do agree. That has been very locked in this game, except for playing planned.
It's a very questionable choice of which I'm really interested in interviewing him about.
Yeah, I'm also interested in interviewing Kian about I.
Hmm.
I understand you do score 20 odd points, but you just open up a very easy scoring lane for your opponent. But I feel both players did show strengths this game, a lot of character, but at the same time, I do feel like there is room for improvement.
There's definitely room for improvement,
I
but they're
think,
playing really well.
yeah, I think that's why this is junior nationals. You know, this is where players, the top youth players, come to and get that high level of play before the World Youth Scrabble Championship. I think
Which, by
both,
the way, is happening next week.
yeah, I think both these players have a really good chance of having good finishes,
Yeah.
and I think they're going to look back at this game, realize the few mistakes they made, and work on it. Obviously, it's nothing that they can't fix. I'm pretty sure next time we see them, they'll make far fewer mistakes.
Seems like Uday has changed it to mock, which is good. That blocks the
So I
lane.
think Dev understands. He just needs to block the bingo lanes, and he'll be fine. I don't see anywhere for Kian to bingo, and I think it is game over for Kian at this point. I think Kian just has to do some damage control and just try and reduce the margin because Udev has sealed the game.
So Rumi is there, right? RUMI. I would just play Rumi and open up one last lane. Is that a word?
I'm not sure. I don't know Muir is a word.
Yeah.
MUIR. You could just play that. I think to the R in Forex. You open up a M to get a bingo through, right? Like a bingo. But at the same time, any play you play, any opening you make, the easily gonna block it. You know, you're playing at a level of Scrabble here where you can't just open up a single lane for bingo and expect the opponent not to block it.
Another thing I like about Uday's play of mock is that he sets his K up for a potential score about 25. So that's smart playing from his side. Seems like Kian has played EM forming Dom that sets up the E or the S. Smart playing from by his side as well. The only drawback is he keeps the U in his direct, and they're very quick to play a word which we can't see because of the quality of the screen. We'll have to wait and see. I think he has played Evoke that comes down wasting no time at all. Seems like the best option. Yep, I think that move has sealed the game.
So you think Kian's back in the game?
No, I mean Udev's move of Evoke has sealed the game for him.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think the game was already sealed a few moves ago. But
Yeah, like you said, Kian just doing the damage control and just playing off his best styles.
yeah,
Wait, is it game over already?
yeah,
Okay, and that's that.
a brilliant game. I think Udev just displayed. Udev did make one massive mistake of missing the triple triple two, but I think overall, I think Udev just played slightly like the rest of his moves were just slightly stronger than Kian's, which ended up making the difference. And we'll catch you in the next game.
Yeah, we'll be doing a follow back with the players and giving you an update on what their thought process was on the live stream games. One thing though, both players have more than 8 minutes in their clocks, so for future games they might want to utilize those time a bit more well, maybe perhaps at the start of the game. Having said that, we'll break down for lunch now and follow up on the sixth game, pardon, fifth game. Thanks for joining the live stream and stay tuned. We'll be back at, let's say, in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, Santakali has spotted iguana, which will help her get rid of some of her clunkier tiles, increase tile turnover, possibly to get better tiles like maybe a S, maybe another blank. Yeah. Isma, I think, should be looking at just getting a scoring move down that lane, and she has lay, which lane is a pretty good move. I think it scores pretty decent. Helps her extend the lead she has.
I think we have to give a bit of context here because actually Newt was not screening the live stream this entire time we were speaking Archana, but now we have got the live stream back on live. So just to sum up what has happened from where we post, it's Isma Ismail and Santikali Hera playing in the live stream board as we have here. Um, Interesting thing is we have Isma representing the central region and Sandakari representing the northwestern regions. It shows the diversity of players we have from all over Sri Lanka. So that's great to see. And both these players had done really well in their respective qualifiers to make it to the finals. And hoping to see a strong game in.
Yeah,
So previously, I think Isma played Dale, where Sandakari rightfully challenged of FPL.
yeah,
Now she just simply shifted the two tiles to play late, which makes sense.
yeah. I think Sandakali did spot the word iguana
That's
um,
nice.
before, so I'm pretty sure she would look to play this.
It's a really
Uh,
nice spot for Iguana in the sport. Credit if she can find it
I think she can play it
under bio.
on the bio. Yeah,
So at the moment, Ismail is clearly on the lead, um, and Sandakal is trailing by 143. I'll be impressed if she can bring the margin down to less than 70 from this point onwards, at least.
yeah. Bit surprised Sandakali hasn't locked in iguana yet. Oh, and now she is. Interesting placement. You know, you could play it alongside bio, making a few parallel plays, or you could also play it with BI.
Yeah, that seems to be the top move, playing Iguana in parallel to bio.
Yeah,
Do you think she's maybe opening up the board, hoping to draw a few aces and leaving 8 little lanes open? That could also be part of her thinking.
yeah. I think she's definitely trying to open up some eight-letter word lanes to come back into the game.
That would make sense.
Also, opening up pretty good S hook, which can help us score some points because I think she is like a bit in a desperate stage for some points,
Yep.
down by quite a bit.
How many points is he sacrificing playing Iguana like this? 4, 5, 6, 7.
Definitely sacrificing a few points. I think something like smell, smile, a word like that is going to come down. Yes, smile. Would I preferred maybe smell, but honestly, good awareness from Isma. You know, players are sometimes a bit hesitant to use their S,
Yep.
but she's definitely seen that this is a good time. And Sandakali has overdrawn again,
Again.
but this time since a blank is in her rack.
Interesting. I think
Interesting.
fair to mention that it's the first time for both these players to be on a live stream, and
Yeah,
you can see the nerves clearly kicking in from time to time. I would also feel a bit nervous if I was asked to come to a live stream mid of their game, mind you.
yeah.
Uh,
So now I'm just interested which letter she's gonna remove from her rack. If it's
Shuffle your dice automatically. You don't want the blank to be
oh
picked up. No.
no,
She picked the blank of all tiles, and you can see the dismay in Sandakali's face as the blank goes back into the bag.
oh no.
That's so unfortunate.
Um, I can see a lot of good place, even though she may have had a bingo if any other tile was taken off.
Yep.
She does have a few high scoring players through the E in Smile, maybe something like Mahoe.
Or homie, which is what you
Homie,
are.
yeah. Uh, yeah, she's played HA. Yeah. Um, she's leaving some good tiles for bingo. Uh, Honestly, these tiles that she does have does go really well with the D in feed to get a triple word bingo. Also, I think she has set up like kept the board open enough to kind of use these lines, the N, the A, the U.
That would be a fair way to argue, but I still think homie would have been
Yeah,
the
I mean
top
it's
choice.
pretty standard to play homie, but sometimes you have to try and think what these players might be thinking. You know, it's
If
all about judgment, and I think sometimes players don't make the best judgment all the time.
yeah. And let me tell you, it's really pressurizing when you're in a live stream.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't tend to fret over a few incorrect decisions here and there, which
yeah.
is frankly quite normal.
I'm looking at Sandakali's styles. She does have emoji, which can play with Haj
Hmm.
or
Yeah.
Jim. She has quite a few moves that could score like 40 odd points, which I think could get her back into the game.
too many vowels.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first place to think about would be the P, which has opened the triple lane, and
Hmm.
potentially any high scoring plays through that.
Maybe something like bump. What do you think?
Bump, yeah, bump is a rather high scoring play.
Yeah.
The only issue is the leave which it would
Hmm.
create,
That is true.
which would be double eyes. But as Archana said, it is a rather standout play, and it might be what Taran is thinking about.
Yeah. Uh, and on the other hand,
Yeah.
Atisha has drawn the blank,
Mm.
which puts him in a really good position.
Exactly. You might be looking at bingos,
Yeah.
especially with the openness of the board, given there are multiple E's open on the
Yeah.
board.
Relaxer is a
Yes.
playable bingo. You would have
Yes.
relaxers.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm.
And yeah.
Also, if he doesn't want a bingo yet, he can just play AX under end notes and bingo next move. So he gets 250 plus scoring moves consecutively.
Definitely, definitely. That could be a definite strategy that Adish is looking at. And we are yet to see what Tarin will do. And also on for Adish's turn, he will have relaxed through the L of Plaza for a nice score,
Yeah.
but it's almost guaranteed that Tarin will try and block that area somehow.
Not sure
It's
though.
not guaranteed, as
Yeah.
Arjun points out. Um, and yeah, I'm not too hopeful, but the scores are quite level, and it looks as if,
PM.
yeah, an interesting play from Tarin.
Pew.
Maybe he's contemplating with the Pume takes the S. I don't believe that it does.
Yeah.
Oh, it does take an S. So Tarin might be debating that fact right now, whether it's
Yeah.
worth burning the.
I'm not sure if just playing PM on itself, I think, is a pretty good move.
Mhm.
First off, it blocks off the P, which I
Yeah.
think he's looking at.
Yeah.
Easily can help Adisha score a lot of points. Very dangerous lane. And also, it gives him a balanced deck, which I think he wants to bingo soon. I think that's something he is looking at. The board looks pretty decent for bingos. So I
Certainly.
think he's looking at that. And
Certainly, certainly.
but
Yes,
I think right now it's a bit too early to really be sacrificing that many points just to get a bingo. It's not like you're guaranteed a bingo either. It's just
exactly.
yeah.
Very valid points. And see a
And
change
yeah,
in strategy.
I
Okay.
would honestly go for bump. I think bump is the
Yes.
best play here
Yes.
because
It would obstruct the triple lane and
yeah,
the score points.
yeah. I mean, it scores 30 points, which is
Exactly.
very difficult to pass on.
Yeah.
And you have a, I would say, decent chance at a bingo if you draw some good tiles, some
Exactly.
consonants. I
Uh,
think Tarin has missed a trick here because not only is he not scored enough, he has left, I'm going to say, not the best bingo lead because of the U.
exactly.
So PM would have been a better option if you're trying to sacrifice points for a rack lead. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, yeah, I completely agree with what Arjun said. Tharin seems to have rather gone for a middle move, which is not his highest scoring move, nor his best balancing
yeah,
move, but he's seeking to take the middle ground. But as Arjun said, he might have missed a trick here, as Adisha has drawn rather well, to his
yeah.
credit.
Now I
And
think Adish is thinking, do I bingo here? Do I take 55-ish points? What do
exactly,
I do? And
exactly, yeah.
Adisha, rightfully, I'm going to say, is choosing to take, I think, 56 points.
56, the 56 points on offer. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
And he's pretty much guaranteed to bingo next move unless he draws some
Uh,
clunk.
Difficult tiles, yes.
Yeah, and he looks the blank that there's open E, there's MI which has open 7 letter lanes. So yeah, and looking at Adisha Styles, he is going to bingo next move,
Yes,
and I think
almost guaranteed. And
looking at Tarin Styles, something I can see is Biju.
yes, Biju would play on top of N notes with B, E, and I, S.
Yeah, and
Uh,
also opens up that S hook you have. The S you have, you're opening it up. I think that's uh,
Looks like he's getting set to. Okay. Oh, he's going for the newly added Bujo,
Bujo.
leaving a better leave, would you say, Archana, of ISE rather than
Uh,
only ES?
Uh,
What are
so
your
a
thoughts on
rule
the
of,
leave?
I think a Scrabbler's kind of rule of thumb is a consonant to vowel ratio of two consonants to one vowel. So I think IES is not the worst, but I think ES is just a bit more balanced, especially since if Tarim just draw a few vowels, like two vowels, he could easily get into a spot of bother. But I think because you're not opening up the triple lane, because Adisha might have a S, since there are not many S's played, I think he has done the right move.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Tarin might have taken into consideration that he didn't want to open up the triple lane,
Yeah.
and as a result, played Bujo. Commendable move.
I
And
think Adisha could go for a play like Gracile
oh
with
yes.
MIG, knowing that it does not take an S hook if I'm not mistaken. Where I think it does
I
take an
think
S
it
hook.
does take
Yeah.
a S hook. In fact,
Yeah.
Archana. Um, yes, we see that all
In,
four of Adish's potential bingos all take S hooks. So I think the question on Adish's mind would be where he would play.
he could play something through the O if he wants, or he can just play it below MI. So it's up to him. I think,
Yes, I think under MI would be the ideal spot.
yeah,
He's probably already found bingos such as Klinger, Glacier, Kringle, and Gracile, as Archana pointed out.
yeah,
A player of Archana's, or rather, a player of Adish's caliber would be able to find these bingos with ease.
yeah.
And
Pretty
he's,
sure Adish is just trying to figure out what's the board positioning that he wants
yes,
to continue the game with. And I
yes,
think Adisha would want to get rid of that EC7 letter lane below MI because I think he doesn't want that to stay open for Taran to use.
yes.
And Taran is also not too far away from bingoing himself. Uh, he currently knows sevens in his rack. However, he does have 1-8 if Adisha just decide to open a R
Mm,
pervious.
yes,
However, it doesn't look like
that's
Adisha is going
likely.
to open up
Yes,
that R, which
yeah. Instead, using the R as the hook tile to
yeah,
MI, which yes, effectively removes any chance of Tarin having a bingo. But all hope is not lost yet, even
yeah.
though Adisha has built up a healthy lead. Um,
Now, what do you think Tarin's going to be doing?
hmm, that's a very good question. He
You,
needs
Tarin
to.
could play something VoIP with
Mhm,
Bujo, takes a few points while getting off the VNP.
mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, that's definitely an option. Tarin does have the S, so that helps him have the hooks to Bujo.
Something I think a very interesting move
Mhm.
would be for trying to play a word with Merv on the clinger
Oh,
and play a
yes.
parallel three-letter word, opening up a massive S hook for him,
Hmm. Yes, that would be a beautiful play.
which
Uh,
which is a bit risky,
Definitely.
maybe a bit too early on to take such dire risks,
Yes.
but it is an interesting move, I would say.
Yes.
But time was safe plays PE, understanding that he's only down, I think, 75 points. He
Yes.
can easily come back into the game with a bingo, which he doesn't get.
Yes. His current draw does not bode well for him this turn, but
Yeah, he does have opportunities to play a eight-letter word with a few letters. However, none of that is open. Uh,
Yes. You will have options such as maybe voice through the CF clinger, trying to
yeah,
open up some space in otherwise closed off bottom half of the board.
yeah.
But yeah, what do you think about Adisha's rack, Arjun?
I think Adisha could play a word through the P in Plaza.
Mm-hmm.
Try to hit the triple word. I think there are a few options for Adisha. Um, Maybe something like keep
Mm-hmm.
on top,
Yes, definitely an option. And
and
oh, we see him instead choosing
eight.
to play a bit more closed, score all the same, and
Yeah, I think scores a bit less, but marks with the back leave, I would
yes,
say.
yes, brilliant track leave. And Tharin going for the play we spoke of earlier, voice, it scores
Yeah.
very well.
Adisha is going to bingo again.
Mhm.
Actually, is he
Is he? Is the question. He has Feint and Fenita.
inflator with Amir is going to fit?
Oh, that would be a lovely find.
Yeah,
And he does have Fenita underneath MIR with Maya and EF.
yeah. So he does have a few bingos. I think
Yes.
the safest option is inflator with Amir,
Yeah,
but it's
that
a
would be a brilliant find.
bit of a hard find.
Yeah.
But I think for a player of Adisha's caliber, I'm pretty sure he will
Yes.
be able to spot it.
It would be business as usual for Adisha to find a bingo like that.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Normal day at office for Adisha.
yes, just another day in the office. And yeah, if Adisha does in fact choose to bingo now, it's going to be tough for Tarin to come back
Yeah.
because his rack doesn't look the best. Still not out of it,
Would
but
like to mention that if Tarin did decide to play Merv,
mhm.
he would actually block both of Adisha's available bingos,
Oh, yeah, great
which
analysis, Arjun.
could have, and he is deciding to play Fenita.
Mhm. Perhaps not spotting inflator.
Very difficult spot, I have to mention.
Yes,
It's not something you actively look for.
correct. And
Um,
this,
Ramin, does Fenita take an SU?
yes, Finita does take an S,
Yeah,
and
now that is, I think, one issue with the move.
yes, it puts out a big S hook,
Yeah, I
and
think this is a mistake on Adisha's part.
mhm, yes, perhaps an oversight, and yeah, but Adisha still has a very healthy, sizable lead.
Yeah,
It's not going to be easy for Tharin to come back,
yeah.
and
Maybe Adisha should have taken a bit more time, properly look at all of his options. Obviously, Adisha's made far better plays
in the past,
in the
yes,
past. Very uncommon bingos in
Mhm.
very odd spots.
Definitely.
Maybe just passed through his mind. This,
Yes. Not particularly stressed, and when he
yeah,
spotted the bingo that he had, he might have decided to just go
yeah.
for it. And
And he's not going to be punished too much. Obviously, Taran is going to be scoring 50 odd points, but I think uh, wouldn't be an issue for Adisha yet because he does have a healthy lead, I have to mention.
definitely, I agree. And we see Tharin going for the other spot
Yeah,
with EFT and Myers to cash in his S.
yeah,
The S would be crucial for him to come back into this game, but Tariq can only hope to draw one
yeah,
of the remaining S's and get back into the game.
yeah. This does go 66 points, which I
Yes,
think is a lot.
for sure, for sure. And
The
it'll.
next S is going to be crucial. But I don't see any way Adisha is going to block the S hook to Fenita.
Mhm.
Um, I think Adisha is going to try and play some word that ends in Y. Notify maybe on with Bujo.
Oh yes, that
Yes,
does look like
that
a lovely
is
play.
the play that is going to come down.
Yeah, it does look like a
Um,
standout play. And so yes, and so we will see whether Tarin can get back into this game. But we see that Adisha's play, perhaps on purpose, block using up much more space on the right hand side of the board,
yeah,
and removing available space for bingo.
Yeah.
So we see that Adisha is clamping down and hoping to put the nail in the coffin for Tarin
I
here.
think now Karan has to open up a new lane for himself.
Definitely.
He needs to open up a few scoring opportunities, and Adisha has been stuck with all consonants. However, he
Yes.
did pick up a S, so
Yes.
Karan did just get a slight breather, a slight chance to come back into the game.
Yes, I certainly agree. Adisha's lack of vowels will make it difficult for him to play, but given the open vowels on the board, it looks like he won't be out of options. But this does give Tarin, uh, Tarin will not, this information is not known to Tarin, but
Yeah, I
it's a
think
good
Karan
opportunity to
could
open
play
up the
something
board.
like dumb
Mhm.
to the triple if he's trying to score
Mhm.
a
But
lead.
yeah,
But I am looking at place which kind of opens up the board a bit.
yes, yes,
Nothing really stands out for me. That's it.
likewise, yes. Tarin will need to get creative here.
He's looking at Degu. I think that will go under Finita. Not a
Yes.
big fan of this movie.
Not a big fan of
Yeah.
this move at all, Archana. I agree with you. It only closes off his options and
Yes.
puts the U as the last tile in the
I
triple
think it
lane.
just makes Adish's job of closing down the board so much easier.
Exactly.
I
He would.
feel like in a time like this, you have to try and make the opponents just moves as hard as possible.
Yeah.
And I think Tyne needs to understand that he needs to open up spaces,
Yeah.
just uh, create a mistake from Adisha's end. If he closes down the board, it's just gonna help Adisha just keep scoring and
Exactly. Exactly.
increasing that lead.
Yeah. So I think Tarin realizing that Degu is not. Oh,
No.
looks like Tarin is pulling the trigger on Degu, but
And I think he's put the trigger on himself with that move.
yes, well put, Archana. A rather grim metaphor, um, but yes, this does look like the end of the road for Tarin here because Adisha is not going to let this lead go
Yeah.
in such a close board. And
Yeah.
what do you see potentially for Adisha next turn,
Um,
Archana?
uh,
There are
I
plenty
think
of
you can just play
bubbles.
something through the O invoice.
Yes, for the moment, Adisha's rack is obscured, but uh, but yes, yeah, we get to see Adisha's rack now. And what do you think, Archana?
Um,
Perhaps the O of voice giving the most flexibility, but no, instead, Adisha just going for the best possible balance,
yeah.
finding a creative insertion play of
Yeah.
rot, and yeah, leaving a very good leave
Yeah.
for next turn. Oh wow, what a draw from Adisha. Yeah, um, Tarin kind of struggling for options.
And Ilham has come as a special guest commentary.
We have a chief guest Ilham in the
So
booth.
Ilham Irshad actually goes to Imperial College London. And he's also a massive Scrabble prodigy.
So hi everyone. What do you think of the current game? Were you able to follow along?
No,
Tarin
actually,
is
this is the
currently
first
trailing.
time I'm seeing this game since I came here.
Yeah.
Looks like Adish is doing pretty well.
Yes.
Adisha does have Bentiest to that T Infinita. So I think Adisha is
Yeah.
gonna extend that lead even more if
Yeah.
Tyne does not block it. And I don't think Tyne's looking to block it since he needs.
I don't think Archana has any reason to play in that area. Instead, he would be looking to open up more space on the board. And yeah, once again, Tarin's rack is kind of obscured from our view.
Yeah.
But ideally, would be trying to.
Oh, he's blocked it.
Oh,
No, he doesn't, he
it
doesn't, he doesn't,
does
he
not,
doesn't.
in fact, block it.
Yeah.
But Tarik couldn't possibly know that.
Yeah.
Instead, trying to create a hook
Looks
by
like-
somehow drawing the S next
Looks
turn.
like it's going to be a blowout victory for Adisha now.
Yes, indeed. And Tarins will have no hope as we pretty
predicted before.
Maybe he somehow opens a triple triple for himself next move. You know.
Yeah,
Never say never.
never say never in Scrabble.
Yeah, I think that's what Justin Bieber said.
Correct. I think that is one of his quotations as well. But are there tiles remaining for this triple triple? Yet to see. It shows that there are 10 tiles remaining, which would mean there's three in the bag, if I'm not mistaken.
Holyman, is that a word?
I don't think that's a word, Archana, but so let's check. Because show would actually give the hook of shown, which would have made it a wonderful place. But yeah, it looks like the situation is quite hopeless.
I hope he doesn't try that.
Yeah, he might be tempted to just take a chance, given that game is anyway out of his reach. The sad thing is that even if Tarin does try it, Adisha would still win comfortably. Although the queue is on Adisha's rack, which
Yeah.
might present some opportunity.
Oh, that's a cue.
Yes.
Looks
So
like a four-
Adisha can play QI through voice and the I in Klinger. So Adisha does have opportunities to use that Q. I think Tarin would be looking at putting how many tiles are remaining in the bed?
It is shown as 8 tiles, but yeah, I think those are the tiles that are not visible to Tarin. So I think it's just one tile in the bag, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So I think Tarin. Do you think Tarin's going to try and block the area for Adisha to use the Q? Oh no, that's another area with Bentius. So Adisha's definitely playing the Q. Actually, there's a few places.
There's quite a few places with Notify, with Bentius, with Voice, and with Klinger.
Yeah.
So no shortage of options for
Yeah,
Adisha to play off the queue.
I think Tarin. It's game over for Tarin.
Yeah, yeah. I think Tarin had some chances earlier on with I think the play of Bump was it that you suggested earlier on,
Yeah.
but Tarin not going for that, instead opting for the middle play of MI proved to be a costly mistake. Of
Yeah.
course, Adisha to his credit drew very well, and sometimes in Scrabble that's a strategy that you can never beat. So yeah, congratulations to Adisha as we expect to see him finish up this game. And yes, we just see Tarin making a commendable play of lamp to the P Plaza at the top
Yeah.
left corner. And
Yeah,
yes,
that's game over then.
that's game over.
Yeah.
And yes, we see QI, the optimal play.
I
being
think
made.
Tarin did make a few mistakes throughout the game, which has costed him. Adisha, obviously, the only mistake he made was playing Fenita instead of Inflator.
Yes.
Would like to ask Adisha later on if he did spot
Inflated
Inflator.
and chose not to. Yeah, that's a very good question, Arjuna. And we see that Tarin making a rather uneventful play with chain to finish off. Not even extend into the triple, but a good play nonetheless. And we see that Adisha will not have any problem finishing the tiles, not in one turn, but yeah. So just a formality at this stage as to what Adisha will play, but we see that he goes for the optimal play of Wu with YO and DO. And Tarin finishes off his rack and gets the 2 points from Adisha as Adisha puts the final notes in the game uh, against Tarin as he wins the game 5-4 to 389. Well played by Adisha, and we see the players will discuss the scores at the end as they sort out the formalities. Congratulations to Adisha, and we move on to the next round. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and we will be back to you with coverage of the next game. Um, Hi everyone, welcome back for round number 8
Yeah.
of the Junior National Scrabble Championships.
So it's Ayush versus Adisha.
Yes,
Uh,
we see Disha is keeping his title at the top, and he's facing Ayush, who is challenger to his position at the moment. And we see Ayush is debating between playing the Q or whether to score points with the J, with plays such as Jugal. And we see that, Ayush perhaps not feeling confident of Jugal and instead going for Juga.
yeah, I think this is a miss from Ayush's and
Yes,
a lot of points he's losing out on.
certainly. And I agree, Archana. Perhaps Ayush feeling the pressure against a confident or a rather skilled opponent such as Adisha and not willing to take a chance that might cost him an entire turn. And instead opting for an in between move such as Juga, which does not use the Q and does not score as much as Jugal. Uh, yes. And yeah, we see
So
that now it's Adisha's
I
turn.
think
What do you think of his rack?
Avato on the Juga looks pretty good.
Ooh, yes. Avato, yeah, making JAUT. Uh, and yes,
Also
an
a
equally
Juga.
good move, yeah, with Juga scoring the points from the J.
Yeah.
And yeah, great move.
Yeah, now doesn't look like Ayush has anything with the Q, if I'm not mistaken. You can play QUA,
Hmm.
but doesn't really look that good.
Yeah, it's not the best. It does open up a front A hook for Ayush later on in the game,
I
an A
think
which he does have.
this Blah ever.
Yes, BLH is a word.
Yeah, I think he should play that. Save
With
the QUN, really good honestly,
hmm
to score later on,
yeah,
or just play QUA.
yeah. And
Uh,
as Archana says, that is the move that Ayush goes for.
yeah,
Not a bad move,
I
I'd
think it's
say.
a pretty
Yeah.
good move.
Yes, a defensible move,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah. Now Adisha suffering with a lot of
yes,
S's,
suffering from success, drawing three S's. The S is a very good tile in Scrabble. We love to see the S,
but
but
not this many at the same time.
yes, exactly.
But
More
rather
than
than exchanging, I'm pretty sure Adisha would just use these S's right now, prevent Ayush from getting them.
yes, certainly.
So just something, just Avato take an S hook.
Yes, Avato is a noun and it does take an S hook.
Yes, Ramit, my personal dictionary here.
Only on certain,
Amazing word knowledge.
not really. I'm second to Archana in terms of word knowledge.
Mm.
But there are certain things
Yeah.
that are useful to know in Scrabble, especially whether words take an S or not.
The Juga, I do not think.
No, it does not
Yes.
take an S. It does not take any hooks, the Juga.
What about
And
L?
no, it does not take an L either. And yeah,
Yes.
perhaps it might be a
Yeah.
trap which Ayush falls for, whether a Juga would take an S
Yeah,
or
I think
potentially
Alisha's
an
just
L.
gonna play something with Avatos. Just play something like Sevs.
Yes.
Something simple, get rid of two of those S's. Maybe just one.
Maybe just one.
Boss,
Yes.
it's up to him. And Adisha has fallen.
Oh, he does. Oh, wow. I don't believe it takes an S. Since it's Adisha, it's worth rechecking. Oh, the Juga test taken S. I am sorry for the mistake. Adisha proving why he is not second to anyone in terms of word knowledge.
Yeah.
You should not challenge you to his credit.
Yeah. Half looks like a pretty standard play, honestly.
Yes, half with FA. Oh, instead he's opting to play blah with aqua.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good move.
That's a defensible move.
I
To,
think pretty standard moves have been going around so far.
yes, rather standard moves.
You-
Now we see that Adisha does have a rather balanced rack, but yes, not. Is there anything with Adisha's rack to your knowledge, Archer?
I'm not seeing anything. I think he's just going to play BE or maybe BEE. somewhere. He can play it alongside Avato, potentially.
Oh, there's a, I think, a very nice bingo which does fit with the S of solves, the second S of solves, but it's a very difficult word. And so the word is Sebastian, which is spelled Sebestein. So that will be a huge word knowledge check as to whether Adisha can find that and pull the trigger. But Adisha has done more impressive things in the past, so we would not be surprised at all if he finds it, but it will be a very difficult find. Would you say, Arjun?
Yeah, but I think out of everyone in this competition,
Mhm.
Adisha is one of the people you would expect to make those kind of finds.
Yeah, yeah. Certainly has made a name for himself, and he's and we see that Ayush has drawn into a nice track of
Yeah, I
his
think
own.
Zineb to the triple in Blah. That looks
Yes,
like a really good play.
that will score nicely.
He does have players like Zaf.
Mhm.
Uh, Honestly, I think Ayush would be looking to score a lot of points this move.
Yeah,
Just needs to. I think Zineb just scores so much points.
I agree.
51 points for Zineb, and Adisha does not spot his bingo.
Mhm.
I think back in Adisha's prime, he may have spotted it, but
Yes.
it's a fade in start.
That might be a bit premature to say, given that Adisha is returning from a long hiatus. But it's a nice play all the same, where Adisha balances his
Yeah,
rack with the best of four
obviously,
tiles.
yeah.
And oh, very close to another good draw. But now we move on to Ayush. As Arjuna pointed out before, Zineb, a standout play.
Yes.
Anything else catch your eye, Arjuna?
Um,
Not at the moment, I think. What do you
yeah.
say? Um, so Ayush looking at phase. It's unclear where he hopes to play that. Perhaps with few.
Under B, alongside B, sorry,
Alongside
because
B.
EEW is there.
Oh, I see. Yes,
That
with
that is a
Z.
good
Z.
spot.
Mm,
You score a lot of points as well.
mm, yes. Certainly an
Yeah,
option.
I think FaZe actually scores more points than Zineb, but only issue it does open up a spot right
Yes.
on the for the issue to use.
And given that Ayush is not behind on the scoreboard, either of those two options would be good.
Yeah,
But Zineb potentially being the better play, even though, as Archer pointed out, FaZe might score more because Zineb would get rid of a few more difficult tiles.
yeah, completely agree with you on this, Ramit. Um,
Yes.
Ayush is taking his time. He really
Yes.
wants to make sure he's play, making the right move.
Mm-hmm. He's trying to
Uh,
see whether he's missing anything else.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other candidate moves. Maybe Zaf with ZO under
Mm.
a
Yes.
Vato.
Yes.
That also is a potential move. But
Yes. I agree. I agree. That would leave a very good leave of INE.
honestly, at this point, as long as you score with the Z, you would be in a good place, Ayush, because Adisha can't really hit that spot under FAZ ZE.
Mhm. And we will wait to see what Ayush will play.
It's taking his time.
It's taking its time as he should. The Z is a very good tile in Scrabble given the positioning of the tiles on the board. And in this position, he has the two options we pointed out, three
Yeah.
rather, Zaf, Faze, and Zineb.
Phase is the
Faze is the
move.
play.
Now on to Adisha. What would you
Mm.
do if you were in Adisha's position? Now one of the plays which stands out for me is playing something like outs with phasers. It scores I think 34 points. Obviously, you are very close to a bingo,
Mhm.
but if you look at the board at the moment, the S is not really going to help you with hooks as much.
Mhm.
So the question is, do you really want to keep that S, or are you going to try and maximize your score these few moves?
Mhm. Yeah, I completely agree.
And we have just completely missed out
Oh
on
wow,
Adisha's
we have
bingo of Ansur.
yeah, a
That is
very
that
low
is
probability bingo, which we should
that
not have
is
missed.
yeah. I don't think Adisha is a failing star anymore.
Correct. So Arjuna taking back his words.
Yeah,
But yes, beautiful play by Adisha. So yeah, and he's not going to have to worry too much. Adisha has taken the risk of putting the E in the triple lane, but he will not be punished. He doesn't know that Ayush has such a rack, but
yeah. I think I was just going to play irony through one of the O's.
oh
I think the
yes,
second O.
yes, that would be rather good play, balancing the tiles, getting
Yeah.
rid of the duplicated tiles. And yeah, I think I agree with Archana here. Ayush will try and balance his rack, get a more balanced lead. He has currently set up his tiles, trying to think of a potential word to the E of on the triple lane.
Nothing really.
Nothing really stands out. But
I think
I,
iron just gets rid of the duplicated I and iron gets rid of the
yes.
Y. It helps you get a bingo soon. Adisha does have FEHME, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yes, FEHM. Does it take E or is it the VEHM which takes E? These kind of words. Yes, it does indeed take an E.
Yeah, Ramit, questioning my immaculate word knowledge.
Yes, clearly a mistake on my
Feel very
part,
offended here, Ramit.
as Arjuna should be. And both those words, VEHM and FEHM, in fact, taking the E back up. So, useful note for all our listeners interested in the game of Scrabble. And yes, we are yet to see whether Ayush spots this play of irony.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see any other move which just gets the same amount of work done. I
Yes,
think Arish has to be looking at, how's he going to bingo soon?
exactly.
Because Adish is not going to stop scoring. We know that Ayush needs to hit a bingo, keep scoring, and he can't slow down. And I think he might get stuck with the double R's next turn as well.
Yeah.
So important that he spots irony.
Yes, very important, as Arjuna said, to balance your rack and keep scoring, keep putting points on the table. Otherwise, Adisha is just going to beat you. Um,
Yeah.
and Ayush potentially looking at the word yin. Okay, we see he's separated Rin, or perhaps the
Yeah.
tiles for irony on the right hand side of his rack. It remains a mystery to us. Where do you see Rin playing?
Honest,
Arjuna?
maybe with RIN about to the side of phase. Obviously, I'm not a fan of that move, but
Yes, that is not a good move. Oh, he instead.
now that's an interesting play. It
Hmm.
works out for Ayush in the sense where Adish no longer can play Fame.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, it might actually work out. It's not the best leave by Ayush,
yeah,
leaving that white and yeah, leaving the extra white on the rack.
yeah.
But as Arjuna points out, it does block Adish's good play of Feme, of or rather FEHME to the triple. And yeah, Ayush, his drawing luck does him no favors. He draws another Y, but he
Yeah.
draws a S at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst, but it's gonna take, I think, another move to just balance out that deck.
Mhm.
He could exchange the two Ys with the I,
Mm.
or he
Yes.
could just play something like Yin. But
Yeah, yeah.
if
And
we played Irony, he would be in a much better position, I would say. This,
with leave wise,
yeah,
yes, I would agree. However, he has made things a bit more difficult for Adisha with his
yeah.
play blocking the triple.
Now, Adish is stuck with a lot of clunky tiles with nowhere to use them.
Yes, no standout plays.
Hinge,
Hinge is a great play. It slots the H on the
yeah.
double letter.
Obviously, Adish is going to struggle next move, I feel, with all this clunk.
Yes, double M's on Adisha's rack.
So now, if I was Arish right now, Yin with Nab looks like a solid play. Exchanging looks like a solid play. Uh, Phasers, yes,
Defensible. Yes.
yes, I mean very defensible.
Yes, since that, especially since the score lines are
Yeah,
not too far apart,
yeah,
you should burn in the S to catch up.
yeah. Adisha could play something like Flew maybe
Hmm.
with Wob.
Hmm.
Just
Yes, certainly an option. He would be holding on to the double M's for another turn,
yeah,
but M not the worst style.
yeah. A lot of plays you can make with these tiles that can score
Mm.
a good amount of points. Just important to get rid of some of those tiles in his rack,
Hmm.
score some points, extend his lead, and
Certainly. Um, so we will see what Adisha will play. Anything catching your eye, actually?
um, for Adisha,
Yes, it is
just
Adisha's
Flew
turn.
looks like my favorite player.
Hmm. Yes, certainly a good play. And
Uh,
yeah, we are still waiting on Adisha to decide what he's going to do with his rat. Flew looking like the standard option with EF and Bob at the top
yeah,
left. He also does have the potential word of immu, IMMEW, down from the second S of songs, which
yeah,
would score a lot of points and get rid of some of the clunky tiles.
yeah. I think Adisha is just going to play one of those moves.
Yes, certainly.
Just important for him to just play.
Yes, it doesn't
So,
look like.
are the scores correct? Sarish leading?
Yes, believe Ayush is in fact leading.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
very impressive.
yes,
Considering Adisha did bingo,
yes.
and Arish actually does have some really good tiles. I
Hmm.
honestly like love to see the K, the Y, some really good. And yeah, Adisha plays Flew. Emu is obviously very difficult word to spot,
Hmm. Certainly,
and it's also a very uncommon word. Maybe
certainly.
just Adisha is not fully sure of it.
Yes,
So Flew, again, a common word, but a very strategically, tactically good play, strong
exactly,
play.
exactly. And more to Archuna's point, the word immu would create more openings on the board, which
Yes,
Adisha doesn't necessarily want, since
yes,
being a more experienced player, he can navigate a more difficult board compared to Ayush.
that is very true.
And,
Now,
yes.
Ayush, what do you think he's looking to play here?
Good
Something
question.
I can see is OIK parallel to unsuit, can score a few points,
Certainly.
but in my ideal case scenario, I want to get rid of both the Y and the K this move by
Yes.
scoring 30 odd points.
Yes. Yes. I completely agree. He needs to balance his rack. He has a good rack, but yeah, it's going to be difficult to find a play which achieves everything that he wants.
Yeah.
Do you see any standout plays, perhaps with overlaps on the left hand side? Maybe with FL. Not seeing anything yet. I don't think there is anything.
Nothing that gets rid of the K and Y
Hmm.
per se.
Yes. Um, yeah, OIK might be the play here.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant talent,
Hmm.
but just doesn't really have the.
Yeah, it doesn't look like.
And Adisha has drawn a blank.
Yes.
No
Red
bingo.
row. No bingo to our knowledge.
Yeah.
Um, let's see what Ayush comes up with.
Look at yoked
Yoked. Where would
with
that play?
the Y, E in and hinge.
Hmm.
Yoked.
Yoked.
Maybe he can play hinged, which I actually like better, honestly.
Hmm.
Oik, yeah, I just pulled oik. I think that's the play I would go for.
Mhm.
Try to use some of those styles, and I think having the Y just would let you score something next move as well. Also, you might get a bingo with the Y.
It certainly is possible. There's already a Y on
Not a
the
big
left-hand
fan of
side.
yoked. Maybe yoked with hinged is a bit better because it opens up less. But again, just keeps the board closed, as you can see. There's one bingo lane
Yeah.
with there's a few eight-letter bingo lanes, but just one seven-letter bingo lane, which I think is pretty good. And also not a lot of scoring opportunities for Adisha at the moment if he doesn't bingo. That's,
Yes. Great analysis, actually. And yeah, we'll see whether in which way Adish is going to balance his rack and keep the best lead
yeah.
for next turn.
So what I'm looking at, maybe Adisha could play
Yeah, as Archie pointed
something with
out.
Emmy and Hinge and maybe Mom in
Hmm.
Emmy on Hinge and then
Yeah.
Mom, Meme, Meek, Mock, something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Certainly does look like
yeah,
the play to be making at this point,
yeah,
since there are not many options left
yeah. Maybe play like Mog since Adisha does Mog the
on himself.
competition.
Yes, I agree. And yeah, we're going to see whether Alicia will try to open up the board. There's no reason for him to take a risk or do something different at this stage.
Yeah.
The scores are pretty much neck and neck. And yeah, as Archana pointed out, only one seven-letter lane. So a play like
I'm
Mim or
looking at if
Mom.
there's something with the Y
Mm-hmm.
that it's an ILI.
Hmm. Yeah.
Mm, not,
Very close towards like gloomily, but
yeah,
yeah, the double M's not doing
yeah,
it.
and
And
50 points.
yeah, Adish taking his time on his turn. Um, Certainly a difficult turn, would you say, Archana? Not necessarily one which deserves a lot of time,
Yeah,
but
I
given the
think
close nature,
it's just the ambiguity of this move. There's not one move which just stands out
yes,
as the best move. I think
yes,
Adisha really is trying to nail down the best move. He knows this is a place where he could just let the game slip.
yes,
It's a very close game. He's probably fearing Arush bingoing soon because he hasn't
yes.
bingoed yet. So Atish is definitely thinking that Arush does have some good tiles on him.
Yes, good observation. Archana, Ayush has been making shorter plays
Yeah,
in his
obviously
last few
we know
turns.
that Ayush does not have a bingo, but
Yes.
in this scenario, game scenario, I think Adisha would be. Think Adisha goes with Mig instead of Monk.
Hmm.
Good, I would say a good play,
A good play, saving space on the
but
board.
I would honestly pick Mog because the ability to play ILY bingos, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I think it yes certainly bears merit. The ILY, since there are not many words that would otherwise fit with the Y on the board, and but Adisha choosing to keep it a much more streamlined manner with the seven-letter lane open, and
yeah, and
Adisha draws into the other blank, and
yeah,
yeah, it's looking like GG at the moment.
but not really. I mean,
Yeah,
a lot
anything
of
can always happen,
lot of
but
game to be played.
that certainly
I
is
think
true.
Ali should just get rid of the Y and get close to the bingo himself. So a lot of game to be played. But looking at what Ayush is going to play, not a lot of standout options for him as
Yeah.
well.
Maybe we play like Reed on the side of Flew on the left hand side, but it's not a great play. It gets
No,
rid of
I
the two
want to get rid of
E's.
the Y at this
Yeah,
point in time. I
yeah,
want to look for a bingo.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
certainly.
I should be aware Adish is bound to bingo. Again, you can't. I think you need to try and balance out your deck. Ayush hasn't quite done it yet, but
Certainly.
time to look at bingo in the upcoming moves. Something he could play, something like YER to hinge. So looking at Adish's bingo, do you see any standout bingo? I mean, I can see a few sevens.
Yeah, I think a simple seven, like maybe Maltos at the bottom.
Yeah, now
And but yeah, Ayush going for the simple play of Yurt with Hinged. A good play, a very good play. Given that his options are rather limited, he's going for a rather balanced play, leaving two E's and an R. And yeah, um, it's looking like a good play. And it does, in fact, block the options we were looking at for Adisha with seven letter words. But what do you think,
yeah,
Archana? Does Adisha have more options? Given that the eye of Yins is open, a player of Adisha's caliber is not going to be short for bingos, but it has taken away safer option of a seven in the bottom
yeah.
row.
I mean, something I can see from the top of my head is a mid roll. So he has some bingo, but I'm pretty sure there's something which should hit the triple.
Oh, and we see that hinged is being challenged. And in fact, hinged is not a word. So, false alarm on
Oh yeah,
our side. Hinge only takes the S as a hook.
yeah,
And so,
and I think that's gonna be a big mistake on Harsh's part.
yeah,
He will,
a rather easy mistake to make. Uh, but Adish is going to capitalize here. And Ayush's morale might sink having lost a turn and
yeah,
only to see Adisha bingoing the very next turn. Not only bingoing but using both blanks in the process, which reduces Ayush's chance of getting back in the game. But having said that, as Archana pointed out before, the game is still not done.
yeah.
But yeah,
Adisha will definitely get a bingo here.
yes, certainly.
Is there anything to the vibe?
It's a good question. Not seeing anything which would hit the triple, but
Yeah, there is a lot of bingos actually. Metaboli, Movably,
yes,
Komali,
yeah. So
Yeomanli. Yeah, so there are quite a
there's
few bingos.
yeah, very
Very hard spots.
yes, especially with two blanks.
Yeah,
But player of Adish's caliber should be knowing these words, and he will need to iterate through the blanks as different tiles, and perhaps we see him agonizing over that decision as to what he can play.
yeah,
He would have certainly spotted the easy seven letters at the bottom,
yeah,
but as Archana pointed out, he would be looking for a standout play with the Y. Movably would really put him in commanding position of this game
any bingo to that Y is going to be devastating for Ayush.
for sure.
Because it's not just a bingo, it's
Yeah.
a high scoring play in itself. Even
Yes.
without the 50 point bonus,
Mhm.
I think Ayush really did make a mistake playing hinged. And you understand why. It just sounds like a word. You just feel like it's a word.
Sometimes it just sounds like a word, and
Yeah.
we see
Adisha has gone AFK.
yes, we don't see Adisha in the picture, and his time is ticking.
Time is dwindling.
This can be a common mistake for players,
Yeah.
or rather a trap.
I feel like many players just take way too much time
Yes.
within their first few moves. They don't leave enough time for end games.
Yes, I feel like I know a few players who might
Yeah.
fit into that
Yeah,
stereotype.
Ramit,
Yes,
quite a legend in that department.
one player by the name of Ramit does fit that description.
Yeah.
But back to the point at hand.
Nevertheless, I think Adisha is playing good Scrabble so far. Playing,
Yes, and yeah, I think we should have different, many numerous options, like formulae at the top with the F, but he will be looking to score with the Y as pointed
yeah.
out before. And yeah, we see Adish's clock dwindling. Perhaps not feeling the pressure since he has both blanks in hand. But yeah, a player should ideally save some time for the end game. Um, but yeah, we remain to see what will happen. And we see that Adisha,
Minors.
yes,
Yeah. Minolas.
Manolas for Adisha. A good play, very defensive play. It does not give up much,
Yeah.
and yeah, just all around great play by Adisha. Not
Uh,
scoring as
by
much.
ER, I think will come down for Ayush.
Yes, yes,
I think Ayush should be looking to bingo soon. Needs to keep that E above hinge open. There's another lane with the F, maybe a eight-letter word, little less probable. Oh, and Adisha has drawn brilliantly. Not a bingo yet, but I think just these tiles, you can score with the X. You have
yeah,
some good tiles to bingo after you play the X. It's just a pretty good. If you don't get a bingo after you play a bingo, I think this is the type of rack you are looking for, honestly.
yeah,
A lot
yeah.
of flexibility.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree, Archana. This rank that Adish has drawn into
Yeah,
gives
I
him a lot of
think it's very
flexibility.
important for Ayush to play by ER, get a bingo next move,
Yeah.
and knock it down.
Yes, he can't afford to take too much more time. And we see him going for E by ER.
Yeah,
What do you think
I'm
of
not
that?
a fan of that. I
Yeah.
think Ayush needs to keep that E on his rack. He
Yeah,
needs to bingo. That E is a very good tile. Just the
exactly.
E added so much more to his rack. I think
Yeah, yeah. I
just
100%
he
agree.
had bingos with starting with RE. He had bingos ended in ED, IER, IED. Just so much
Yeah,
that could have happened. Which, if he doesn't pick up an E, he's going to be in trouble.
yeah,
And not a lot of E's remaining as well. So Ayush has taken a gamble.
yeah,
Is that extra couple of points going to pay off for him?
yeah.
And I
I
don't think so.
don't think so. And we're yet to see Ayush's full rack, but
Yeah,
no, it's not going to work out. That E would have made all the difference for Ayush. So we see that small mistakes can add up in Scrabble. Um, and so we are going to see Adisha trying capitalizing on the X that he holds. Where do you see a good play for Adisha here, Arjun?
I considered maybe playing uh, NIX, RAX, something there potentially.
Yes, from the
Because,
second E of Hinge. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. A simple play like that does appear to be the best move here. Even though Adisha has such a good rack, there's not much options for scoring on this board. So a simple play like NIX or RAX at the bottom, the middle bottom of the board.
yes,
Yeah, scores are within a striking distance.
yeah.
Ayush within 34 points of Adisha, but yeah, I think Ayush is the one under pressure, especially given his rack, and we shall see what happens. Archana, just a question out of curiosity: is there any merit to Adisha opening up with the Q perhaps playing a play like QADI, just opening up space on the board, given that Adisha has the superior word
Sorry?
knowledge. A play from the Q of Aqua, like such as QADI, is that or
At this point in
QAID?
time,
Yes. Is there any merit to such a play?
I don't think there's really necessity yet, since we should just see he doesn't have an S first of all to
Yes.
to
Yeah.
put that.
Yeah.
I think he just needs to keep scoring. I think
Yeah.
that's the important part while giving good jacks.
Yes, I agree. I agree. There's no reason for Adisha to play QADI.
That's
Perhaps
why
if he had his S, as
yes,
Archer said, there would be some merit to that. But
I think what Adish is doing by playing Mix is he's keeping the board locked down.
mm,
Adish's bingo is now going to come above Nix if he does get one. Oh, he's playing Index.
oh,
Now that's
that's a good play, which we missed. It does open up the board, but
yeah, but I
Adisha's
think this
scoring.
is the
This is the best
best
play.
player.
Yeah, certainly the best play. It does have some downfalls. It opens up more space
Yeah,
through the E of index and also to the SI of index.
yeah.
But yeah, certainly the standard play, one we have had missed. But it's looking like a good game on our hands.
Yeah, I think now Ayush is uh, missing out on the E he gave away.
Mm, yeah, he would
He-
have loved to have an E
I
instead
think
of.
he may have even bingoed if he had that E.
Yeah, I certainly agree. There would have been options depending on which style he replaced. But yeah, another good draw from Alicia. So
Yeah. Does he have a bingo?
don't see on this point, but it's a good draw all the same.
Do you think he
Nicely
might
balanced.
get a big 8 letter word because I think Ayush might open up? No, he doesn't. He plays
Just-
Joy.
That's a good play. Would you say?
It's course,
Yeah.
and I think I think he did make the right play there. I honestly like this play a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I agree here, Archana.
Yeah.
Ayush needs to keep scoring and stay within striking distance.
Yeah.
You can always have bingos. And a droid looking like standard play.
Yeah, now from Atisha's uh, POV, what would you play? Now, I don't want to open up the board too much because playing, I think a lot of the players just open up the board.
Yeah.
I would like to keep it close,
Yeah.
but I would also like to conserve my good tiles.
Yeah. And we see that Ayush has drawn into a rather flexible
Yeah,
rack.
he has cut line.
Oh, yes. Nice. Fine. Cut line. And it has two anagrams line cut and tunical.
Yes.
Now,
Now,
the difficult finds, would you say, Archana, or would you have found it if you were the one in?
so I think if Ayush knows the word, I think cut line is pretty standard play to find.
Yeah,
But the real question is, does he know it?
that's the question indeed. It would make a big difference in this game.
Yeah, I think.
But yeah, I think I agree with your assessment. Adisha needs to play closed. He has no reason to open up the board given his close to 50-point lead. He has no real reason to open up.
Yeah.
Any potential options are you saying?
I'm gonna yap just buy a P,
Yeah.
just score 16 points, keep really flexible tiles. But I think Adisha is looking at a bit of a longer play. Poet?
Poet?
Yes.
Where would Poet play? With TEF.
Yeah. Only issue is it does open up quite a bit of easy place for us to score if he has the tiles. But I think you can't score that many points.
Yeah, yeah.
So now cut line, I think it's very important that Ayush spots this bingo.
Yeah, Cutline, Tunical, both playing to the D of Droid.
Yeah.
This will make a huge difference. But yeah, hopefully Ayush can find that word.
And Adish doesn't really have that a really good rack.
Yes. If Ayush capitalizes on this opportunity to play his bingo, Adisha is not going to have much in response.
Yeah.
But we shall see. Um, hoping for Ayush
Doesn't
to.
look like Ayush has spotted it. He hasn't. first off, he has an alphabetized the track. So that's some standard way for Scrabblers to find their seven-letter roots. Ziziva is alphabetized.
Yes, he has got the word sent to, but that's not going to help him here.
Yeah, I think he just needs to keep shuffling those tiles.
Keep shuffling.
I think he knows
Yeah,
there might be something, and
yes.
I think tunical is common word. I think
Perhaps to, not to my knowledge, but certainly a lot of experienced players will be knowing words like tunicle and cut line.
yeah,
And yes,
yeah.
fully
It doesn't look like he
doesn't
is.
look like he's on the track to discovering that.
Sometimes when you convince yourself there is no bingo in the rack, you just don't actively look for it.
Yeah, and that makes all the difference. Sometimes you just got to keep fighting. And I was looking at cult with CH. What do you think of this option? Arjun? So, an okay play from Ayush here. It's definitely a miss. Cut line is the best play here.
Yeah, and I think Arush may have just given away the game.
Yeah,
I think if he does not win this game, this would be the move we come back to and we
yeah,
just can look back at.
yeah.
But in Adishan's shoes, what would you play? Because there isn't a lot he can do in this board.
Certainly, but he can certainly try and balance his rack. Perhaps my eyes are drawn towards the top of cult. Perhaps play on top, but he doesn't have any letters to
Yeah.
overlap the U.
So, is there an S unseen?
According to our tile tracking, there is no S's remaining. We
Yeah.
see an S in Unsut, in Ajugas, in Yins. So there's three S's played. Um, is there another one that we're missing out? Yes, and the S of Sobs. So all four S's have been played.
Yeah, I think Adish can just ignore that cult play.
Yeah,
I think
it's a desperation play on the
yeah,
part of Ayush. There's no S's
I
left, no
think
blanks left.
just maybe something like paired with PE in hinge. Just get rid of four of your tiles, leave two in the bag,
Mm.
and even if Ayush just get a bingo, which is very unlikely looking at the pool,
Yeah,
Adish can easily just outrun him.
for sure. I agree with Arjun's assessment of the situation here. There's no reason for Adisha to panic. He has the lead, and there
Yeah.
is no help for Ayush from the tile bag. So, Adisha going to do his due diligence, check how many tiles are remaining, how many tiles he should play ideally, because we always want to leave a tile in the bag.
Yeah. As long as Adish leaves a tile in the bag, he has won this game.
Yes, I agree.
But if Ayush did play cup line,
Yes,
different
that
story.
could be a different story entirely. Oh, we missed the beautiful hook of cult. Maybe that's what Ayush was going for.
Yeah, that's just really good word knowledge from Adish's part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great word knowledge. And we see Ayush does not challenge it either. So perhaps that being the idea behind the setup of cult.
yeah,
But yeah, hope seems lost here for Ayush. He had hope at the cut line turn,
yeah.
but
I would play something like Vine, Vine, with itch, ICH.
yeah, looking like the standout play here. Just score some points, get the game over with.
Yeah, maybe QIN with.
Chi.
Yeah, just. I think game. Ayush needs to understand the game is now over.
Yeah, uh, no real hope left for him here. The scores aren't too far apart, but there's
Oh,
just
he
no help.
has gone for a miracle bingo.
That is not going to stay open. But
Yes.
Ayush just hoping, just praying.
Yeah, I think Adish would play something like card with Diva.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
play
going to
a
be a
very
easy
Diva
decision.
move from Adisha.
Diva move indeed, one which cements his win in this game.
Yeah.
There's
There's Nadine.
Nareen is certainly a bingo,
So
but
now, if Adisha does phony,
oh, but we see that Nadine does play on top as well
yes,
with
but I
H.
think Adisha just outruns Nadine.
Yeah, this play of card, did give Ayush, it was a good move on Ayush's part to create a distraction and open up. And we see that Ayush almost instantly seeing his play of Nadine and just going for it because, oh, is he playing something else? Oh,
No,
no,
no, he's playing
he's playing
Nadine, but I
Nadine.
don't think it's going
No
to be
mistakes
enough.
there,
Card
but
just goes a bit too much.
yeah, it looks like the tiles are over, but yeah, almost 100, more than 100 point deficit. Nadine is not going to score that much. Um,
Yeah, but
yeah, great try on the part of Ayush, but that cut line turn really made the difference. And we see that Ayush coming within so close, but loses around by around 20 points to Adisha. A close game, would you say, Arjuna?
yeah, um,
But yeah, the hinged turn and the cut line turn really costing Ayush here.
yeah, I think it came down with our spots cut line.
Yeah,
And also, I think playing higher just delayed his bingo when he
Yeah.
ever open lanes. I feel
Yeah.
like a few mistakes from his end.
yeah,
Adisha played a more all-round game,
for
just
sure,
made less mistakes, and in the end, that is.
for sure. You,
But amazing Scrabble from both ends.
very good Scrabble, top quality Scrabble by both players. Ayush, of
How
course,
many
being
rounds are
the
remaining?
this would be round number 8, which we have just witnessed, and it would only be one more round left,
Yeah,
which would either be the finals of this event
yeah.
and decide the winner. So, hoping all of you will be witnessing that final round and looking forward to the results. And
Yeah.
so, we will join you shortly for the last round. Thank you very much.